ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to Sunday's show here at Airbourne. That's right, we're at the sunny Eastbourne, presented by the Ted Coningsby channel, here live from a very special rooftop, Ted's Rooftop Control Centre, set up by the wonderful View Hotel here at Eastbourne. A very, very warm welcome. Good day, good evening, good afternoon to all our viewers. Welcome to Eastbourne's Airbourne, the International Airshow 2025, the last day of the show. And I hope you are all ready and buckled up. Fasten your seatbelts. We'll be ready for takeoff just after 1300 local. So for now, we'll just enjoy the views. And I was very inspired by yesterday's wonderful questions that you had for me. Really, really good questions. So bring them on if you have any questions for the Ted Coningsby channel. And Ted's just coming on the show. Here he is, Teddy. This is Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. And a big, wonderful, warm welcome to everyone. Now we are on the rooftop. It's not available to anyone or any members of the public. This has been specially arranged, and it's exclusive access to all residents of the View Hotel. You'll get yourself a special VIP pass. Well, being Ted, I've had to wear it for him. And big shout out, of course, to our wonderful Tina, the manager of the View Hotel. So hope you're watching, Tina. Hope to see you later as well. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. If you've got any questions, they were really amazing, really, really good yesterday. I was so happy with your range of questions yesterday. They were so good, really, really good. And we'll talk to you a little bit about the displays. I believe, hello, how are we doing? I believe they're pretty much similar to yesterday. I don't think there's any changes. It looks pretty much identical. I'm going to double check, but certainly the displays that are running in today are going to be exactly the same. So welcome. I did a bit of a shopping spree today. I've got myself a P-51 Mustang, which we'll talk about, which is displaying today. Look at this. Oh yes. And I'll talk to you a little bit about that as well, and the wonderful P-51D Mustang. And you're probably looking at the you look at the drop tanks there. I'll talk to you a little bit about those, because it's although drop tanks are useful for extended range. No, Ted, it's not salmon, mate. It's a, oh, you want it? Okay. Can I have it back? Okay, cheers, mate. The P-51 Mustang, or any aircraft, especially the P-47 Thunderbolt with the drop tanks, if you are engaging into aerial combat, it was really important for the pilots to remember to drop the drop tanks. If you were to be hit in the drop tanks, well, they are pressurized with gas, and yeah, you can do the rest. But they were more maneuverable as well because of the weight and less draggy. So useful for one, but remember they have their uses, hence drop tank. There we go. So that's another aircraft to add to the list that we can talk about displaying. We've got the Red Arrows as well, finishing the show, sort of. They're finishing the flying display, but they're not completing the air show. So for those here at Eastbourne, will be treated to a wonderful firework display at 2200 hours tonight local. All right, so for those staying, we will end the show after the Red Arrows, but Claire and I, Ted and all the bears will be just sit back, relax, and just enjoy a little bit of time out. As expected, unexpected. It was expected to be the unexpected to be here at Eastbourne. It was a last-minute decision. Happened at 1700 hours on a Thursday. Had a phone call from the View and said, "Yep, get on the roof. Sounds good. Hop on." We were there. Just like that, but we needed somewhere to stay, but we did. So special thanks to everyone involved for putting this together. Yeah, so enjoy. If you are having a sort of like thoughts about going somewhere, a seaside resort, this is a wonderful location, Eastbourne, a great hotel to stay at as well. The View Hotel, Hastings, not far away. You got Beachy Head, you got the Eastbourne Downs. There's some medieval history, loads of history. Of course, you got beach. It's a shingle beach, so you got like tiny little bits of gravel and not plain sand. It's a lovely, got a pier, very Victorian. A lot of the buildings are very Victorian, and it's lovely to see a lot of sort of upkeep and renovation to them to maintain them. The B&B that we're staying at was built in 1880, for example, but it's so nice to see because it reminds me a little bit about that Regency period as well. I know they're slightly different periods, but those tall ceilings and that lovely architecture are really, really nice. So welcome. And of course, I will be on the show to take any of your questions about the aircraft. Again, really good questions. One yesterday was how long does it take to get a Typhoon pilot trained? Absolutely brilliant question. The other one was the length of the afterburner on the Typhoon. That was cool. And there was a few others as well. They were just fantastic questions. So welcome to the show. Welcome to Eastbourne, and we'll keep you entertained throughout the day. And a big shout out to Eastbourne News as well. Paul, thank you very much for the interview today. That was brilliant. I had an interview today with the press. Ted was there, looking his finest. Claire Bear's here as well with us. So welcome to the show. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are the one and only Ted Coningsby military aviation channel, the UK's #1 military aviation streaming channel, with a few air shows thrown in. Enjoy the views, because there's some stunning views in the vicinity. A lovely, lovely seaside resort. And it is a great location, by the way. So we're going to start things off today just after 1300 local with Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews in his Grob Tutor. Now, Bob's a bit of a legend. He's a bit of a lifesaver as well in his career. He's flown a right range of aircraft as well, from helicopters to VC-10s to being a qualified flying instructor for 115 Squadron at my local RAF Wittering. So enjoy the scenes, enjoy the scenery. So I've got the plan. It's pretty much almost identical to yesterday, I think. So it was I'm pretty sure it's identical, isn't it? In fact, no, I think it is the same as yesterday. It is the same as yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, that makes it easier, doesn't it? Oh, yes. So just after 1300 is the Tutor display, and it is a wonderful display. Don't ever take the Tutor or the Prefect or any of our training aircraft for granted, because it's such an inspiration to see a qualified flying instructor show the capabilities of an aircraft where the main role day in, day out would be to train our future generation of pilots. I think that's quite amazing. Imagine being Bob's student. So Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews, he's based at RAF Wittering. Now imagine being his student and then watching your instructor do all these wonderful aerobatics. I think that's such a great feeling. Now, this will be Bob's second season as the tutor display pilot, and his main role is a qualified flying instructor with 115 Squadron. Now, he's originally from South Wales, Carmarthen, and he was a member of 621 Squadron Air Training Corps. Now, when Bob left school at the age of 18, he went on to become an electronics apprentice at the Royal Aircraft Establishment in Aberporth. And during this time, he was working with the fast jets in Cardigan ranges, and he was inspired to join the Royal Air Force as a pilot. Now, this is where it all began, because coincidentally the original Top Gun film was also released around the same time. Now, his posting was with number 10 Squadron, who are, if off the top of my head, I believe they're with they're RAF Bryce Norton flying the Voyager today, and he flew the VC-10 at the time, the airliner globally, in an air transport role and as an air-to-air refueling tanker on operations over Iraq. So Bob started things off as an electrician, Top Gun came out, and now he's an air-to-air refueler for in the VC-10 for 10 Squadron and operations and a tour over Iraq. And in 2000 he was then posted to the University of Birmingham Air Squadron at RAF Cosford, and he became a flying instructor and spent 3 years teaching university students to fly the Bulldog and the Tutor training aircraft. Now, the Tutor is an aircraft, there is a replacement for it. It is actually the Prefect, but the Tutor is a wonderful aircraft, I believe supplied by Babcock or operated by Babcock. And he then chose to fly helicopters after this. At RAF Shawbury. He was then posted to 22 Squadron search and rescue flight at Wattisham Airfield in Suffolk, flying the yellow Sea King helicopters. You can tell you by the sea because of the seagulls. During the 10 years at Wattisham, Bob was involved in many rescues and completed 6 detachments to the Falklands as well, where on his last shift he was a bit of a lifesaver because he was part of the crew that rescued 174 passengers from a burning cruise ship. Following the disbandment of SAR Search and Rescue Force, Bob returned to the Tutor on 16 Squadron before becoming an exam wing instructor and then into the Grob 120 Prefect at Cranwell. He's now with 115 Squadron, the legendary squadron that we talk about at RAF Marham, that began many operational roles there, and especially flying the Mosquito and then the Boeing Washington. For those that are regulars to our show will know all the history, right? I'll a little test at the end. Now, having joined the Royal Air Force at the age of 19, Bob's literally had a chance to fly a range of variety training aircraft, 19 different aircraft to be exact, and has accumulated 8,500 hours. And also a big shout out to Flying Officer Sebastian Wilson, who is the display manager for the Tutor display team. Now, they're down the bottom there with all the little stands. Please go and have a chat with them. Mention that you heard them on our show. They'll be delighted to know that we do support them as much as we can. So looking forward to that first display. Henry and the boys. All right, boys. You're right. You're right. Sorry, you're not on. Oh, you're not Henry. Sorry. No, sorry. I saw the back. I thought, oh, it's Henry. Oh, no, Henry today. Anyway, I met you. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. You're right. Well, it's a much better day for it, so it'll be lovely. And have you twisted his arm for the fireworks? Yep. Unlucky.
We're going to pack up.
Yeah.
And then we'll just
come and watch. Yeah, I can't see you doing that. I can see you up here with the camera. I can't see you leisurely.
Okay, you got me. No, I'll pack up the rest of it and just film it. Yeah, just film it. So I'll gavel the kick on.
Yeah, nice. It's a beautiful day for it.
Beautiful day. Much better.
Oh, much better than I was just saying, yesterday was a little bit touch and go, wasn't it? It's like, is it going to happen? Is the cloud going to lift?
Yeah.
But they reckon 32 today.
Woo! be roasted.
Shirts off, suntan. I'll be looking like him when I finish today. I'll be like, hey, here we go.
See you later, lads. And a big shout out to the security of the View Hotel. Legendary security, what up? Nice one. Keeping everyone safe and keeping the vibe. It's all good, isn't it? Huh? No, Henry's off today.
Big shout out to Henry if you're watching.
Jay, who's put my dad was based at RAF Ottersham as an engineer working on the Yellow Sea Kings. Nice. I wonder if he ever met Bob Juice. The Mojek, I learned to fly kinda in a chippy. Mr. Monkey 2650, I've flown in the Tutor before. Nice. Trevor Barlow watching from Australia. Margot, how you doing? Claire Better, who's here. Chris Bloxham. Aspen, what up? Babzar, how you doing? Gucci Man. Julie. Roger Shoemaker, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Sally Cullum. Also, a big shout out to Alistair Goodwin as well. I've seen earlier this morning, really pushing the membership. So thank you very much for gifting lots of memberships. Wiggles Way, thought the Red Arrows were stunning yesterday. Great place to film from too. Yeah, it was, wasn't it? We got a really good spot. See, I always thrive in trying to give you the best experience possible. And it does help having some good friends and making new ones. Strangers are just friends you've never met yet. You know what I mean? Alan Gates, John Portman, thank you very much for joining us. Debbie Solkin, Leslie Taylor, Nick Knox, how you doing? Angela Farley, good day to you. Alan Q, good morning. Are you all feeling the vibe? I mean, it will go quick. Throw in any questions. Like I said, I was really impressed with the questions yesterday, actually. I was like, yeah, these are some very good questions. Don't forget, there's never a bad question. A bad question is the one that's never really been asked. So throwing them in, but sometimes they could be really good. And I like them. I like them. It helps me remember. Oh, hello, it's a very low flying seagull just right in my face, but never mind. Roger Shoemaker, yeah, so France will be, when we look dead ahead, France is in the distance, although I believe it will be a bit too hazy to spot France. And you've got like a tanker type vessel. But yeah, France is in the distance from here. I have no idea if you can see it. It's a little bit hazy, I guess, to even attempt to. Some lovely scenes here. Martin Smith's asking for Comedy Ted. Should we, yeah, Comedy Ted is here. He does have a joke for you. So Comedy Ted. Comedy Ted. So Comedy Ted here with the a bit of a star. Lots of people miss Comedy Ted. So Comedy Ted's got a little joke for us, and it's kind of themed with all these boats. and the sea there. So what you got for us, Comedy Ted? Got a little joke for us? Okay, what you got, mate? So I'll have to translate unless you know bear language. So okay, so Comedy Ted says there were 3 best mates, and what's that? They went on a, oh, did they? Right, so Comedy Ted says there were 3 best mates, and they got a boat like this, pretty much, like this one here that you can see. See this boat? 3 mates went on a little journey, island hopping in the Caribbean. Was it the Caribbean, Comedy Ted? Yeah. Oh wow, how special. And then they were going along, island hopping, and then what's that? They were finding some atolls and stuff. Oh lovely, that sounds really nice. And then what happened? Oh dear. And then there was a storm that came. A storm came in, and they were struggling to keep the boat afloat, and then this massive thunderstorm came and the boat smashed to pieces and the 3 friends were trapped, but they got ashore this desert island. So they swam to the desert island, and they were stuck there, were they? And they were looking around, looking for any help, calling for help, any planes, seeing if there was any boats, but they couldn't see anything, and when they did, no one could hear them. They spent the night there. They were getting desperate. They were looking around, they were climbing the trees, they had some coconuts to eat, and then day 2 came, then day 3. They didn't know what to do. They tried makeshift fishing, which they kind of lived on shellfish, is that right? And then a week happened and they were getting tired. They just wanted to go home. And then 2 weeks happened. And the friends said, right, let's go and explore the island. Maybe we can find something. So they explored the island, and then one of them went, boom, boom. He got up and he tripped over a lamp. Is that right? What's that? A little brass genie lamp, was it? So he picked up the genie lamp and it said something on there. The other 2 friends came to see him. What you got? What you got? And the lamp said, rub me for 3 wishes. So they said, should we do it? Okay, we've got nothing to lose. They were there for 2 weeks. They really wanted to go home. So the friend rubbed the lamp and a genie come out. The genie come out. And the genie popped out.
Ah, you have 3 wishes. As there are 3 of you, I will give 1 each to you.
So the first one put his hand up and said, I want to go home, I want to go home. Your wish is granted. Boom. The next one came. The next friend came along and said, I want to go home, I want to go home. Your wish is granted. Boom. He went home. The third one, looking very sad. Why are you sad? Oh, I miss my friends, I miss my mates. Boom, boom, boom. Oh dear, Comedy Ted. So all 3 of them got back to the island and they were stuck there again. Comedy Ted. There you go, Comedy Ted's a bit of a star of the show. Bless him. He is. So I'd like you to meet the newest member of the show, and he's usually at the sea, at any seaside resorts. It's, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Sheldon.
Ah, hi, how are you? I am Sheldon, the seagull, and I play many characters, and I'm also around.
It did sound like a bit of Reggie. I wonder what Reggie will think of it. Well, I think if you combine Sheldon and Reggie, I think that'll be a good team. One will be getting chupping, and the other one will be getting some chips and other accompaniments with that one. So we're at 1328. We've got this Butte at 1328 local. We've got the P-51 Mustang, which many of you love. Oh yes, just having a look at the serial number. What's that? 4472218. This one is actually it's a Duxford one. If that is that big beautiful doll. Yep. So that the markings there of the 78 fighter group markings. Oh yes, serial number 4472218 was based at Duxford. This one, and the aircraft bearing the nose art big beautiful doll, credited with at least 2 of 5 aerial victories that Landers gained in Europe. It was also his most famous plane, and remained so until it was decommissioned. A beautiful, beautiful aircraft. The beautiful doll. And this is, of course, the P-51 Mustang, flown by Colonel John D. Landers. And I'm looking forward to seeing this display today. The P-51 Mustang started life out without the Rolls-Royce engine, of course, for those that know, and took its first flight on the 26th of October 1940. There was quite a few variants, which eventually an evolution happened to this, developed into the North American F-82, and the twin-engine Mustang as well. I believe it was the first. I'm trying to remember. I got asked a question by our good friend, and I passed correctly. And I can't remember what it was. I think he said, what was the first aircraft to shoot down a MiG? I think it was during the Korean War, and it was indeed the P-51 Mustang. I'm pretty sure it was that one. But the Mustang was developed to use the Allison V1710 engine without export-sensitive turbo supercharger. But of course, a lot of things changed and eventually developed into the Rolls-Royce Mustang X project, which they replaced that engine with the Rolls-Royce Mustang, the Rolls-Royce Merlin 6.5. Amazing, beautiful aircraft, which eventually developed into the P-51D. This one's got the bubble canopy, as you can see, 4-bladed. I'll give you the tech specs of the P-51D. Crew of 1, length 32 feet 3 inches. That's 9.83 meters. Wingspan of 37 feet. That's 11.28. So it's got a larger wingspan of the Eurofighter Typhoon, and it's powered by, of course, Packard or Rolls-Royce B1657 Merlin. It was a 12-cylinder liquid-cooled engine, punched out 1,490 horsepower, which is amazing. It was a 4-bladed Hamilton standard constant speed with a variable pitch. Now these were very clever blades. They're actually 11 foot 2 inches in diameter, so that's 3.4 meters. Could smash out 440 miles per hour, cruise at about 362 miles per hour, and it had its 6 50 caliber guns, Browning machine guns, 1,840 rounds. It's 380 per barrel, basically 380. And I believe due to the angle. Now, you know, we've all done it. Have you ever blown into a bottle, whether plastic or glass, and it makes that little whistling sound when you blow, just sort of skimming it? Well, I believe I mean, obviously I think they did it by accident. I don't think it was intentional to make that whistling sound, but I believe the angle, or at least the aerodynamics of the barrels opening, the ports of the guns, that makes that whistling sound when caught at a particular angle. It could take rockets as well, 6 or 10 5-inch T-64 HVAR rockets. Bombs that could take a 100-pounder or two 50-pounders, or even a 500-pound bomb on the hard point on each wing. So it did have some hard points for that. A beautiful, you know, a wonderful aircraft. When this was out for the first time, the officers giving out, the commanding officers giving out the mission to the bombers and fighters as well, when this first was rolled out to Britain, they did joke and say, please don't mistake the P-51 for a 109, because it was newest, meanest, finest, baddest. Still speed of about 100 miles per hour as well. The guns were pretty cool on this as well. And the Mustang initially developed for the RAF, and then to remember that the RAF did use this first. The first Mustangs built to British requirements. They had 320 NA-73s, followed by 300 NA-83 versions, all of which were designated as the Mustang Mark I by the RAF. Don't forget, the RAF and the United States Army Air Force designate aircraft with different names. So the Boeing B-17 in the US Army Air Force was called a Boeing Fortress Marks 1, 2A and 2 and 3, where in effect it was a variant of the B-17 E, F and G, for example. The Boeing B-29, that was called a Boeing Washington in the Royal Air Force. The other one as well, I think we mentioned this, the Boston bomber was in fact a Havoc. I know, right? Amazing. Boston was the Royal Air Force name. Havoc, the A-20 was the United States Army Air Force designation. Even today, the Eurofighter has many different names in different air forces as well. So this isn't like a new thing or an old thing, shall we say. So looking forward to this as well. Now, in the pre-war era, the interwar period, shall we say, or just before, the idea was to have in the minds of the bomber will always get through, but despite the RAF and Luftwaffe experience with daylight bombing, the United States Army Air Force still believed that, you know, let's face it, they really worked months and months and months to perfect daylight bombing. They really did. Now, I know it's always said that the Royal Air Force only did nighttime. There's reasons behind it, but they didn't stop doing daylight bombing. Let's get that right. They did do some daylight bombing. In fact, our squadron Samarum flew the Mosquito on a, let me find a better term, I'm going to ruin the party with that Goreng incident where mosquitoes flew to annoy a broadcasting from Goreng and Goebbels. I mean, that was cool. It wasn't really let's bomb targets and destroy military targets. It was really a case of let's just disrupt the broadcasts. You know, this guy was like, this is 10 years of our, you know, of the Luftwaffe in that era. Not 10 years of the Luftwaffe as a whole, but the 10-year anniversary of their proceedings and being in power and all that kind of stuff. But we'll talk to you about that in the Marum stream as well. So they did do it, but the US Army Air Force really were perfecting it to a point where they said that, you know, we can put a bomb in a pickle barrel. That was that's what they believed and that's what they trained. The Augsburg raid in 1942 was the first sort of time that Lancaster was put into the depths of Germany, flown by squadron leader John Nettleton, and that was in 1942, April 1942. They set off, it was 697 Squadron and 644 Squadron. So 44 Squadron based at RAF Waddington set off for a mission along with 97 Squadrons flown by squadron leader John Sherwood, who was not far behind. And it was the first time the Luftwaffe were like, what's this? It was the first time they'd seen it, but sadly they met brute force from a crackpot squadron Gierschwader, one of the squadrons there, USA got his 100th victory, and I think the squadron got their 1001st victory on the Lancaster. But when you meet like the likes of the B-17, they slowly worked out a way. I've shown you diagrams of what the dangers of what it's actually like on the strategy to take down a B-17, because the B-17 was packed with guns, you know, when they first seen that. But I know I'm going away a little bit. Let me go back to the daylight and nighttime bombing. So that Augsburg raid, all right, so the first 6, they lost 4. They were going to Augsburg, okay. They thought they were going to bomb Munich, but they didn't. But these first 4 losses, they were only over France. They didn't even get into Germany. Nettleson was given the order to, if it's a failure, turn back. Yeah, right. They're RAF Bomber Command. These are in their 20s, these lads, and they were like, I'm going to carry on. They pressed on. Sherwood's 6, however, didn't. They were kind of like not touched. They weren't spotted, and they got through, but they lost 1 as well. Of the 12 Lancasters, only 5 came back, and only 1 came back from 44 Squadron. And if they, the theory is, the title is, you carry on like that, we're going to lose. You know, you're going to lose your whole bomber command. So they switched, because Air Marshal Harris really thought, you know, this is why they wanted a 4-engine bomber. They needed something with a lot of guns. The Lancaster did. It was a heavy bomber. It was packed. It was good. Had the power, but they realised the reality. The reality is, it wasn't good enough for daylight bombing. It was only because of the amount of losses. So they switched to nighttime. They thought it would be better. But then nighttime bombing had its own perils, like trying to see in the dark. But then, if you remember the Coningsby stream about the Wilde Sauer, you know, the wild boar, the way the Luftwaffe would use the moon, the flak from their own gunners, and then the cloud causing a silhouette on the Lancaster to shoot it down. The gross, not negligence, but the gross not thinking about the flames that would come out from the bombers, because don't forget, they wanted daylight bombing. The flames from the engines of the bombers, the Luftwaffe were like, oh, I can see the flames, I'll just shoot in the middle. I know it's dark, shoot in the middle. The Luftwaffe also incorporated flares. They had yellow and green to light up things, but they were even going as about to use the moon, use the flak. Yes, they lost some of their own in their own friendly fire, because they were relying on their own flak to light up with the moon, creating a silhouette of the bomber. Really clever stuff. But then the RAF realised, wow, these flames need, that's why they added dampers. But then dampers cause drag. Causing drag causes its own problems with aerodynamics and so on. So the US Army Air Force were like, no, we're going to do, they basically, what they were saying, they trained so many months, it would be a waste of time to go into nighttime, which is why. But it worked effectively, because it was used in a round-the-clock way. And like I said, it wasn't always about nighttime bombing. They did do daylight as well, the RAF, but not as much. There were incidences. But yeah, I mean, just quickly going back, there was other things as well with bombing. The evolution of bombing, all right, of actually going into deep into territory. They weren't, shall we say, they weren't invincible to flak. They may be picked on by enemy fighters, but flak was probably the most dangerous, especially on a B-17 or a B-24. Now, it was LeMay who said, we need to stop weaving. If you remember the story about Ron Middleton, how he attempted in his Sterling to do 3 rounds to try and get that target. Very manoeuvrable, the Sterling, although it had its issues with service ceiling, but still it was very manoeuvrable. So what I'm saying is that LeMay said, I know it's hard, an easy reaction, a natural reaction to try and avoid the bombs. 2 things wrong with that. One, you're gonna lose sight on your target if you keep weaving. The idea was to avoid flak, but he said if you keep weaving, so take a weave like that, stretch it out, it's quite long. Go in a straight line, it's shorter, right? So he believed, look, you're gonna have to just go in a straight line, because the more you weave, the more you're in the danger zone. You just go straight line. But then they thought about it a bit more. Straight line, but have the sun behind you. So the gunners were like, Wow, can't see. So using weather was really important, especially on sunny days. Very primitive info, even fighters do it today. On a worst case scenario, just aim for the sun. Hopefully your attacker gets blinded, and hopefully the heat-seeking missile gets a little bit confused. All these little tactics added up. Now, to take down a B-17 needed a good 1,000 rounds to completely bring that thing down, because it's got you know, about 13 guns on it. Okay, not all 13 are aiming at you, but like I said, if you imagine a formation of B-17s, the Luftwaffe were like, wow, this isn't very good. How are we going to take this down? It needed a good sort of 20 goes at it to even try it. But it takes one bullet to take out a pilot, all right? So what they decided to do, the weakest, less defended point of a B-17 was attack it from the front. Might sound easy. Completely incorrect. Dangerous for both. I did this, I haven't got my drawings here because we're on a rooftop. It's not about showing you the drawings and there it goes. It'll end up in France. You take 180 miles per hour on a rough bombing stream B-17. All right, this is what the Luftwaffe thinking. Weakest point, straight in the cockpit, fire. Might sound easy. You got to think about the combined speed. 180, 250 miles per hour. All right, so that's what 420 miles per hour on a combined speed. In one, you can though if they were a mile apart, in 8 seconds they'd collide. Think about it. 8 seconds is not a lot. Now it's about 201. We'll just call it 200 meters per second. That means in 8 seconds the collision, right? The Luftwaffe cannon was accurate at 200 meters. That means they've got 1 second to fire, but then they'll collide. So they actually modified the guns on the 109 to be accurate at 400 meters. Okay, think about this. That means they've got 1 second to shoot and 1 second to get out of there. Otherwise, there'll either be a collision, and also if they are successful, the debris will just cause like bits of shrapnel for them. It was extremely dangerous, which is why 12 o'clock high was probably the most dangerous. I'm pretty sure, I'm looking at this, I'm pretty sure once attacked, I think they did a, they were doing a split S, so they weren't going into it. That makes more sense to me rather than just pulling up. That makes complete sense. So you fire, and on that last second, a split S. I think that's what they were doing. I've been watching some videos on it. It's really, you know, the evolution of military tactics is just mind-boggling if you look at it and read the artifacts. Really something else, but something to think about anyway. So in just a little over half an hour, we got our first display coming up. Right. I'm gonna have some water. I hope you enjoyed that. It's something I'm really, Curtis LeMay, absolutely. That's spot on. I'm just really interested in all military tactics. My favourite book, right? My favourite book is Battles with the Luftwaffe. Why? Because it gives you both sides of tactics, and I love stuff like that. From the errors to the correct of what they were doing. It's very, very interesting. Really interesting to have a look at if you ever find that book. Battles with the Luftwaffe, it's called. It's got some amazing history with that. Any questions about even modern aircraft, give me a shout. If you want to know about the Typhoon or anything like that. Even the Red Arrows. On the break, I'll give you a little tour of the Red Arrows as well. Living the dream, how you doing? Chris Blossom, Alex Blackcat, Alan Gates, how you doing? Wee Stevie Boy, Remco DeVray, Roger Shoemaker, how you doing? Hope you're good. Much love to you all. Yeah, I've learned so much from that book, and then the funny thing is, I'll learn something and then try and find another book and watch some historic videos. Morning, all right. Well, afternoon rather.
I wonder there you get closer.
You all right?
You pretend that's the red arrow.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's on live on, yeah. You're not on it, so it's fine.
No,
It's fine. You can be if you want. No thing.
I'm not working from home.
That's all right. Yeah. Oh, the book's called Battles with the Luftwaffe. Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I've got this. Yeah, I'm good. Okay. Yeah, I know. Philip Goodfellow, how you doing? Alan Gates, Muzz, welcome everyone to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope you're all good and well. Muzz. People asking about why does the sea change colour? So it's to do with, okay, so it's a couple of things. It's to do with the way the sunlight interacts, but also to do with the depth of the water. So when it's quite, basically it doesn't go at a deep angle, so you know, like a sharp gradient, it doesn't go straight down. So so you'll get the way the sunlight refracts off it and interacts with it. You're getting different sort of beigey greens. It's probably because it's quite not as deep, and then when you get far out, it's quite deep. So it's to do with a bit of depth and the way the sunlight interacts with it, I think. I know it's not an aviation question, but that's just my thoughts. I mean, I don't know if that's 100% correct, but I would have thought it's something to do with a mixture of depth and the way the light is hit. Rock Ape Chappie, how you doing? Big shout out to all the RAF regiment. Living the dream. Living the dream, correct. That's right. Very good question there from Living the Dream. Let's have a look. He's put, yeah, that's correct. So, am I right in thinking you mentioned the other day that planes don't have a squawk code above 7? Yes, that is correct. Just curious as to the reason for this. I think it's something to do with being an octal base 8-digit system. So basically 0 being one of the digits. I am thinking if they're allowing that for error, in case someone keys in an 8 or 9, then it'll be an invalid code. So any squawk given with an 8 or 9 is invalid and will not be accepted by the transponder. But it is actually quite a good question. I've only ever read the answer, and it's something to do with base 8, and that's it. It doesn't really give the reasons behind why they did it. Someone said it was something to do with binary numbers, but I'm not sure. But octal or base 8. There's a good question. I don't actually know why though. I know the reason of what it's called, but I don't really know the reason. From what I've read, it just sounds like they can have a room for error, so they can make it invalid. That really doesn't make any sense, but never mind. I'll try and get to the bottom of it. So it was something to do with base 8 or an octal numbering system. That's the only answer I could find for you. Rock Ape Chappie 54, how you doing? Hope you're good. Big oi oi to those watching from California, South or West Coast, sorry, and of course a big shout out to Tennessee, USA as well, from Bill Vick, Block, Scoochie Man, Muzz, Dave, Hardy, Alan Gates, Lorraine watching from Orkney. What's the weather like there, Lorraine? I bet it's beautiful now, isn't it? It's got to be nice, surely. Bet on a day like this, chilling in Orkney, eating the finest of salmon. So your checklist for the stream is to give us a thumbs up. Don't forget to hit the like button, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Hit the like! And do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. We're on our way to 111k. Oh yes, the treble one. So give us a friendly like. Do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, and don't forget to not miss out on the latest and greatest live streams and videos by hitting the notification bell button. Rui Tavares, hello from the Azores, Portugal. Muzz from Swanage, so this part of the country. So Chuck Howes, would that be then why it can only cope up to a base 8 octal? Would that make sense then? So electronics and size of a 4-bit, so an 8-bit word would be suitable. Curtis Williams, oi oi from the building next to the View. Oi oi to you. Got Sleaford in the house as well. Aaron, how you doing? Got Larry Lane watching from Melbourne, Florida. Thanks, Ted and Nikos, you're welcome. Got Peter Egger from Austria. Cohen and Nick, how you doing? Watching from Sheffield, how you doing? Hope you're good. You got Mark Dudley as well. Hope you're all good. Welcome to all our viewers. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. This is your one and only Ted Coningsby channel, brought to you from the Ted's rooftop control centre here at the View Hotel. And just to point out, it's not open to the public. It is, however, a perk and exclusive access to all residents of the View Hotel. You'll need an access pass to go with it, and that's specially arranged for us here by our very good friend Tina. Thank you very much for giving the Ted Coningsby channel a wonderful rooftop opportunity to bring those that have never been to Eastbourne to see the wonderful views. It's absolutely stunning here. And a great hotel, and the staff are absolutely magic here. Ted's like, I need to stay here for holiday, so we may be coming back, of course, for a good old seaside holiday. It is packed with history for history lovers, especially in the vicinity as well. Hastings, not too far, what, about 15-minute drive from here, is it? Or at least not too far, wouldn't be far out if I said that. Larry Name, thank you very much. Now, 2 hours, actually no, let's put it in miles, by car, by vehicle, right? 110, I don't know how far it is in the direction of the backwards crow. Let me have a look. Yeah, probably about 90, yeah, I'll tell you what, by vehicle, it's a 2.5 hour drive in this direction. Is a base called RAF Ibsley. Now, for those that are fans of RAF Lakenheath, the 48th arrived in this direction, about 110 mile car drive journey to RAF Ibsley in 1943. This is where they first came. This is where they were, all the way down there, 110 miles by car in that direction. Wow, how cool is that, eh? The 48th Fighter Group arrived with their P-47s in 2 hours in that direction. Think about it. And then, of course, they spent a lot of time in France, Coningsby, then Belgium, St. Trond. Hello.
Hello there.
You all right?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, fine. I didn't realise that was the flying. You know these things in the water, that's the flying line. These.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know that. That man's just told me.
Yeah, what the little boy, the boys,
those
yeah.
that go all the way along there.
Yeah, so you can't go further. You can't go for safety. You can't go further.
The last one is
only
there.
only the Coast Guards, I think that is, that can go.
Yeah, because the last one is there. Look, so is that the end of the flying line there, where that boat is? Just.
Yeah, yeah. You can't go. You can't go out further.
Ah.
I don't know actually.
There must be so far where the swimmers, because some of them are quite far out. There must be sort of a line. Maybe those orange.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, they've got a great day for swimming in the sea. So they're having a great time. Well, it's nice to have a good day because no one wants to come to an air show with rain.
No. Oh, it's a bit further than I thought. 46 minutes, not 15. It's about 70. I know what it is. It's not minutes. It's miles, I should have said. So 17 miles or so over there is Hastings 1066. A year that changed Britain. Piece of land over there could be that be Hastings over there. I don't see why not actually. Yeah, I don't see why that isn't Hastings over there. Let's have a look. Let me have a look at the. No, I can't see that piece of land. I think Hastings is somewhere over there. So I think that be Dungeness over there then, at that point there. If it is, I need to do a Lost Airfields over there, but something a little bit different. There's Claire there, just
Oh, sorry, am I?
No, you're good, you're good. A little bit of Claire there.
Yeah, sure.
10 minutes. Yeah.
Just get my phone so I can see. So it's my moment to jump on and say hello to everybody. Hope you're all doing okay. Nice and sunny here in Eastbourne. Bit of a change from yesterday. It was very cloudy and windy yesterday up here on the roof, but today it's completely different. A little bit of wind, but not a cloud in the sky really. So, which is great. Great day for flying. Thank you for all your hellos, noise. We've got a little tiny shady area down here, so Commodore Ted's just sitting in the shade, so he doesn't get burnt. We're very lucky to be up here. Very lucky. It's so nice. It's the best view from the view. Hope you can hear me okay. I'm a bit terrible of I can't hear you, Claire. So I hope you can hear me all okay. And if you're not able to make it to Eastbourne today or over the past few days, I hope you're enjoying it in your homes, sitting all comfortably, waiting for some flying action, which is very similar to yesterday. So if you tuned in yesterday, you've got an idea what's coming. So obviously I'm looking forward to the Typhoon and of course the Red Arrows. But I don't really have a favourite. I like them all, but sometimes I think, oh my gosh, it's amazing. But they obviously are all amazing. Anybody else got a favourite? let me know in the chat. And I haven't actually heard many. If you remember at Eastbourne and possibly Bournemouth, we did get quite a lot of oilies because we could be sort of seen and people could see us up at the balcony. But here, unfortunately, you can't quite see. You can, well, if you do give us an oil, it'll have to be super loud. So there might have to be 2 or 3 of you shouting really loud so we can hear you. So do come along and do give us an oil if you're passing by the View Hotel. We're just on the corner. There's some little perspex windows that you can see up at the very, very top balcony. So I'll keep an eye out anyway for any shouting going on. So that would be cool if you can do that if you're passing by. We're by, the only way I can describe where we are some giant lakeys. Big, massive giant lakeys. I've seen lots of people obviously winning them, walking around with them. They're huge. They're quite funny. So we're just, if you look up from there, if you're buying a lake, if you're looking at that stand, if you sort of look up, that's where we are, on the top of that balcony. So Nikos will be back with you very shortly. He's just popped off for a minute or 2. So been lucky enough to jump on and quickly say hello. And if I don't see you before end of November, all of you that are coming to our TED party, I'm looking forward to seeing you all there again. That'll soon come round. Time is flying. Lots of things still coming up, but time certainly is flying. We'll soon be in September, goodness me. And obviously we're doing our usual trip to Lossiemouth in September, which is a lovely drive. It's a long drive, but it's very nice. We have a few stop-offs and it's a lovely views on the way there. So looking forward to Lossiemouth. If I can't see what you're all saying on the chat. It's very sunny up here and obviously the internet on my phone isn't the best in the world. So if you're saying hello and oi oi, that's I apologise that I'm not replying. Lots of people on the beach, lots of people in the sea. Very brave, rather than me. I'm not as brave as that. Might just get my feet in the water, I think that'll be about it. But some of these are quite far out, so good for them. Looks like they're all having a good time, especially after yesterday's weather. Mind you, there were a few people still in the sea yesterday, so good for them. The beach is looking very, very busy. Very busy. I'd like to just say thank you as well to the manager Tina at the View here in Eastbourne, has kindly let us here at this lovely location. So hopefully we'll get to meet Tina today. Hopefully, Tina, if you're listening, we get to meet you today. That would be really lovely. And the staff here are amazing, actually. Really, really friendly, really kind, really helpful. So thank you to all the staff here at the View Hotel. Definitely be back here. It reminds me a little bit of Bournemouth, sort of the scenery, the view as well. It reminds me of Bournemouth quite a bit, which was great. I like Bournemouth. So not long till the flying displays start. Let me just see. say, it looks very similar to yesterday's programme. So we'll have the tutor up first, which is pretty cool. So that's going to be our first one on this schedule. And then looks like the Wingwalker will be next. I'm not sure if there's going to be one or two. Yesterday there was one. So, but sometimes there's two, but obviously yesterday there was one. So we'll see what there is today. Oh, he's back. Here he is. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that's fine.
No, that's fine. Let me just go. I did apologise. Sorry if
You're back on.
Sorry if you're chatting away to me and I can't say hello. But I was just explaining about the Wingwalker. There was one yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday, wasn't there? I'm not sure if everybody heard me on that. Anyway, I'll hand you back to Nicholas. There we go.
How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? So our first display is coming up in about 7 minutes, which will be Flight Lieutenant Bob Dews of 115 Squadron RAF Wittering, bringing the RAF Grob Tutor to its limits. They're watering the plants back at the Clare Bear house. Bob's not far now. So I can see Bob Dews on ADSB. He's not too far. And he'll start Sunday's show, and it's game on from there, isn't it? Is it? Oh. So yeah, welcome ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope you're all good. And for those that are new, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We do this normally 5 days a week, but this week it's 7. Our regular shows include military bases, air weapons ranges, that's right, where they blow up and shoot stuff, and low flying areas. We've got an exciting end of the year. This part of the year we will end up at Valley, Lossiemouth, Mackloop, Lake District. That hat is going to go flying, Claire. I don't think that's part of the schedule. You know it is. But you are tuned into the #1 military aviation streaming channel of the UK. Well, I hope you all have a great time. It's a good one. Hold on to your berets. It's going to be good. Ted Coningsby live here at Eastbourne. I nearly said RAF Eastbourne because that's what I'm so used to. Don't forget to please hit that like button. Let's help this channel grow. And enjoy yourselves. I'll do my best to give you the best experience. Thanks, Perry. He's just sent me the go-ahead for the schedule. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah, so welcome to the show. If you love military aviation, if you love history, if you love aircraft past and present, this is the channel for you. So hit that like button. Let's get 1,000 likes already. Let's ride. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, that's got to be done. No. Where is he? Can you see him? So he should come from the right in a minute. You should see him for a second. Now I want you to feel that you're here with us here at Eastbourne. I want you to enjoy the experience with the Ted Coningsby channel. This is what we do, like I said. We are a military aviation streaming channel. We've raised over £24,000 now for military charities, and we'll keep going. We won't stop. From the Royal British Legion to the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund to the Royal Marines charity, and of course the Head Up charity as well. Any others? I think that's it. Those four. There he is. It's Bob Juice, ladies and gentlemen, City Mayor's running it to start Sunday's Airborne. Here we go. Go on, Bob. Speaking of charities, that's the Heart the logo of the Royal Air Force Benevolent Fund. Turns there. Nice one, Bob. Bob Juice there, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Stunning. I think he's still going. Jews, ladies, gents, teddy bears, with the RAF shooter display. Right, next up we've got the Wingwalker. I think it's just the one again. I think so. I'm going to just check the plan. I can hear it actually purring. Yeah, I can hear it. Just heard the storm purring. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, we got visual on it. Let's go. Hard to see in this light. Yeah. Yeah, it is just the one. Now, wing walking does have a bit of a history. I've seen images of air-to-air refueling in biplanes with an airman tied to the biplane with a jerry can refueling the other biplane, would you believe? But wing walking has had its history dating back to about 1920, in the 1920s. Performing at air shows, and it is just the single one this year at this year's Eastbourne at the moment, Airbourne. Now this takes yoga to an extreme. Here we go. Hold on to your bearings. Nice shot with the bird in there. So if yoga classes at the gym are a little bit boring for you, you could always try this. Absolutely fantastic. It's still involved in the Wingwalkers AeroSuperBatics team. They've got a selection of girls that do the wingwalking, from teachers to yoga class teachers as well. Lovely second display there. The Superbatics Wingwalker. What's next? So next up is the P-51 Mustang. Oh yes. Which coming in really shortly. It's coming in from the left. Here we go. Time for some Warbirds action. Beautiful P-51 Mustang. My mum in the chat. Big shout out to my parents. Hello mum. How are you mum? My mum and stepdad watching the show, big supporters of the channel. Thanks mum for tuning in. This is what I get up to when I'm not there. P-51, I'm in it. Oh, this looks good. Go on. Lovely. Great scenes from great machines. Yes. Yes, I just noticed the logo's not. How you guys doing, alright? Yes, Good. Vinny. Oh, Vinny. Nice. Going on, isn't it? Just quickly, we got Vinny from the View Hotel. How you doing, Vinny? You alright? Looks like some sort of bodybuilder, doesn't it? Goodness me. And yeah, apologies to the View Hotel. I've just put your logo on, so it's on now. So quiet. Yeah, no, I don't even know what that was. I hope you're enjoying it so far, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Oh, is that the Stampe formation? This formation is quite spectacular, the Stampe formation. Here we go. Enjoy this. Here we go with the brake. Oh, not this one then. Oh yeah, they do. Look at it. Beautiful. Look at that for a brake. Lovely. A bit of solo display time. Seagull thrown in. the Stampe formation display team. God, really giving it the wing wave. Look at this. Isn't it? No, still going. There you go. Looking good here at Eastbourne. Bournemouth is that way. 2 hours
very
though.
Similar, very similar. I remember you said Bournemouth. I did say it feels like Bournemouth.
This is stuck. Because of the heat. Got it. Yeah. Heat and tripods. Tripods don't really like heat. They get a little bit emotional. Anyway, right, what have we got next, Claire? Oh, the Bbmf. Oh, this is going to be good. Oh, yes. Right, Bbmf time next, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Which is going to be amazing. Really, that's better than yesterday. Thank you everyone, ladies and teddy bears. Mean that from the bottom of my heart to the top of Ted's fur. We now have the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. We're based at Coningsby, been based at Coningsby since 1976 when they were in Norfolk, Coltishore. In 1973, PA474, the Avro Lancaster of the Bbmf, joined the Battle of Britain flight, as it was called, and it was the, here we go, it was the addition of the Lancaster to the flight that they added Memorial to the flight. Here we go, it's time for some Merlin sounds. Get ready, here they come running in. They give you the Battle of Britain Memorial flight. Two other Hurricanes either side, both with history. One being the last to enter RAF service and one to be the last to ever be built. Here we go. symbolic. I always feel for the bomber, very symbolic of the fighters, the escorting fighters leaving the bomber be. Now to symbolise aerial combat, 2 Hurricanes. this scene always gives me shivers of a bomber just being, you know, pounced on by two fighters. But luckily in this instance, they're friendlies. And a seagull thrown in. Hope you enjoyed that, ladies and teddy bears. It's time now for the Norwegian historic flights of Vampire. And it's got a bit of Coningsby with it because it's got 3 squadron markings on there. Just the yellow and green markings. How are we all doing? Hope you're enjoying the Ted Coningsby channel. The Havilland Vampire, ladies and gentlemen, teddy bears.
And after this, we've got a break for around 45 minutes, so a good opportunity for you to check up on everything you need, maybe check each rations, whatever that may be, and maybe just to walk around afterwards to take the family up to meet members of the deployments. We've got a good cross-section of military passengers inside, particularly the teams, the guys, the Capital Memorial class, the super deployment, the all-over stuff. Black hats, and the others is the same manufacturer. So opportunities to fly around to services, the weather and the doing this is for manufacturers. So that's really fascinating.
The Havilland Vampire, it's an FB52, belongs to the Norwegian Airforce historic squadron, and its Vampire is a Mark 6, and it's one of 101 Mark 6 built. 36 of those were exported to Norway and was in operation from 1949 to 1957. Originally this Vampire was designated with the serial number PXK and then re-registered as LNPHY. Licence built in Switzerland in 1952 with serial 705. It flew with the Swiss Air Force as well. Also under French ownership at one point as well. Here we go, enjoy.
Work on the Vampire design went back to 1941. Originally intended as an experimental aircraft, but rather than well suited for combat, and able to examine the quickly developing the first production airplane was in operational service in 1946. So long, of course, after the conflict itself had come to an end. It's been a very effective aircraft. Effective is a replacement for many of the wartime system type aircraft that we've already seen today. Also recognized for some other aviation controls, such as the first aircraft to flight navigation.
Gust of winds just coming at the moment. Sorry about that. Yeah, don't go away. We're going to give a little rundown on a bit of history. Yeah, it's going to catch up with everyone, see how they're all doing. Yeah, it's got a bit of Meteor, it's got a bit of P-38 in there, and a bit of Mosquito, I think. I always think they've got a bit of an amalgamation. Well, that's the first half of the air show for today. Of course, we're just going to go and have a break. The chat will still be running, so keep going and flowing. Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby is just coming up on the controls now. There's our Squadron Leader Ted Coningsby. How you doing, Ted? You enjoying it? A bit of music. And a guard's march to all the staff at the View Hotel for doing such a wonderful job. Thank you very much to all the staff at the View Hotel. And of course, a guards march for Tina. Thank you very much. Alistair Goodwin, high five, a paw pump and a salute with a fly past for gifting 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much, Alistair Goodwin, for that. Patricia Fulcher, thank you very much. High five, welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards march to you. Philip Turner with 22 months of membership. Oi, oi. Babzar, high five, a paw pump. Thank you very much for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. It's going to be a lovely day, isn't it? Ali Leyland, thank you very much for your 16-month membership. Happy 16 months to me, and also happy wedding anniversary for me and my hubby today. Oh, thank you very much, and congratulations to you both. Colin Scrim, member for 19 months. Thanks for bringing this to those who can't be there in person. Thank you very much, Colin Scrim, and for your 19 months membership. Brian Wood, high five. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Thank you so much. Living the dream. Thank you very much for the super chat. Mike Joyce's on it. A little gift for Ted, Nikos and Claire towards salmon, beer and coffee. What a lovely combination that is. Thank you so much for bringing us all the live stream from Eastbourne. Perfect blue skies too. Have a wonderful relaxing time. Thanks a lot, Mark, and thanks also for keeping our roads safe. Philip Bridges, high five and a guards march to you. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Warbird 35, high five. Thank you for joining the Posh Officers Club. Philip Lawley, member for 17 months, Guards March, thank you very much. Ali Leyland, thank you very much for the super sticker. Ginger Bailey, thank you very much, Julian, for the super sticker. Andy D, great show as always, Ted, Nikos and Mods, thank you for covering this, Guards March. Chris Luby, thank you very much. Guards March, thanks for the super chat. Darren Harwood, thank you very much for 30 months membership. What a pleasure to be part of this community. Wilco 601st, half-time ice creams. Don't forget your sunscreen either. I wrote, and I've just had a message from my mum to remind me. Thank you. Oh, life is life. Right, so enjoy the scenes in the background. Yeah, Ted is enjoying the music. So I think they commence what, 20 past 3? Yeah. So Ted and I and Claire Bear, we're just going to have a little break, have a few sandwiches. Ted's got his salmon sushi below there, so he's just going to go to the sushi bar and have some sushi. He is a bear, that's why he eats salmon. Makes sense. See ya! And time for something. What is it? Cheese and onion? Oh, you got cheese and onion. Got a bit of onion. You have. Let me just let's put some scenes of the pier here while we have a break. There we go. Ted Coningsby. how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Flying will commence in about, is it 20 past? Was it? I better hurry up and start. That's fine. Doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, as promised. Let's go in for a little bit of history, a little bit of Red Arrows, a little bit how things started. Welcome, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator and historian of the Ted Coningsby channel. How we doing? Hope you're enjoying the scenes. Let me just move the camera a little bit there. Might be all right like that. What about like that? Yeah, looks good like that. Beautiful. So let's have a little chat about history of air shows and formation flying, and a little bit about how it began, and a little bit about the Red Arrows that we're about to see very, very shortly, I guess, in the next, was it 4:30, 16:30, around about that time. But you may have seen the Stampe formation, and of course we've got the Red Arrows, who are an aerobatics and a formation team as well. We had the Team Raven, and when we think about the Thunderbirds, the Blue Angels, the Black Eagles from North Korea, it's an array of aerobatics teams that put together something that's military in all shapes and sizes, from the very beginning, from 1903 to the inspiration 1906 from Handley Page, to be inspired by what the Wright brothers were doing. How did aviation evolve into the military and then into air shows itself? And really is understanding the history of air shows and also their importance as well, and what they all mean. So air shows, what are they about? What are they for? Well, if you think about it, with our historic videos and also the historic sets that I come up with, when talking about the history of the base, when we speaks of the likes of Vickers, Short brothers, Handley Page, Supermarine with Supermarine with RJ Mitchell, Roy Chadwick from Avro, all these would have been jumping on the opportunity to create the Air Ministry specification to get that order in. So for example, the S29, which developed into the Short Sterling, along with the Supermarine 317, there was an Air Ministry specification, B12/36 was the operational requirement and specification for a heavy bomber, for engine heavy bomber. There was a specification for that. So imagine the boost in your company's economy, you know, the economical side, the boost in revenue, the boost in employment. Think how, you know, if you think about in the 1930s and 1940s, what that would mean for your factory to make aircraft if you got the order. Even the likes of Rockwell, Lockheed, and McDonnell Douglas as well, jumping on the F-15X project, the Eagle X project, to try to get the deal for the F-15 Eagle, for example. You only got to think of Grumman and Lockheed Martin and Boeing, and with their prototypes for the F-22, you had the YF-22, the YF-23, and of course it went to the YF-22. So the point I'm making is air shows allow aircraft to be shown off. Okay, it's not like you can go in a showroom and go, yeah, I'll take that Typhoon, it's come with alloys. It's a whole different concept. You've got to show it off, and it probably led to the inspiration for Qatari Emirai Air Force to purchase the Typhoon, just as example. Also hundreds and thousands, well, not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of youngsters here, how many are inspired by watching a display? But not only in the air, how about the ground? You've got regiment, you've got catering, you've got armourers, engineers, you've got the cadets, so on and so on. How many of these youngsters are going to be inspired to join? You know, there was there regiment, there was army, I think there's some navy, because we've got the Black Cats as well. So there's a whole lot of productivity from an air show, and we must keep it going. There's no way. And even on a local side, the business boosting trade for local businesses is great. You know, it brings people together, we're all having a good time, the beach is thriving, everyone's great. So there is that aspect as well. But also, how many Red Arrows pilots do you think were inspired by watching a Red Arrows display when they were kids and now Red Arrows pilots themselves? The answer is probably way high up in a percentage, because a lot of our aerobatics teams and display pilots would have seen a display and would have been inspired. Now, we've seen formation flying, and I talked a little bit about the evolution in tactics earlier today. You've only got to think of World War I, when we started to get biplanes flying. They were reconnaissance at first, and just think, on the ground, the army on the ground, you know, on the Western Front, you know, all this, probably would never ever have seen anything flying in their life other than a creature. So what I'm saying is the fact that it's the shock factor of, what is that in the sky? How do you know it's friend or foe? Well, the thing is, that led on to the markings of adding roundels, and it was actually the Royal Air Force roundel was actually derived and developed from the French roundel. Hence the similarities, they reversed the colours onto the roundel itself. So the evolution of that from biplanes of opposite sides, and it was literally a case with the markings of noughts versus crosses, if you think about it. Now, the biplanes that were going were first of all reconnaissance, and then you had two opposite sides flying past each other, probably waving, and I've read this is actually quite, in a way, dark humour, I guess. They were waving at first and then realised that it was probably, hang on, they're the enemy. So the next time they would fly past each other, they took a pistol, and so on and so on, and they added guns to the actual biplane. They mounted it, and then we start to get clever with our firing by mounting the gun and actually shooting through the propellers. Another mind-boggling you know, feat of engineering with that, and then so on, and then improving engines, then adding two engines, and then some aircraft take so long they're kind of obsolete, they're well past their sell-by date when they come out, such as the you've got the Gloucester Gladiator, you've got the Handley Page Hayford. These two aircraft you know, were kind of like just came in a bit too late for the, you know, for what they were. So it's quite, you know, interesting in that respect. But formation flying itself has been around since aviation itself. Even on the battlefield, the importance of formation flying that we see at air shows is really important on a military level. It's formation, it's defensive, and also you can get into an attack mode with it as well. And it's been taking place, like I said, since World War I. If you look at the Red Arrows taking off in formation, what's that about? We see pairs departure. It's just a quicker way to get more aircraft airborne quickly. Then when you start seeing formation flying, well, if you think about a formation of B-17s, for example, the amount of guns on there, and I mentioned earlier about the tactics that the Luftwaffe thought of to actually attack from the front, the weakest point. Now, the amount of guns on a B-17, if you replace those guns with a water jet, if you were in a 109, it would probably be impossible to not get wet. So from the whole point of formation flying is very, very defensive and on an attack. So air shows itself, from the very first air show at Reims in France, happened in 1909, to the first RAF pageant with 32 Squadron, which was held in 1920. And the history of formation flying and air shows is over 115 years. In 1925, the pageant became known as the Royal Air Force Display, before in 1938 being known briefly as the Empire Air Day. So you would have had biplanes flying to music. So if you thought flying to music was a modern thing, it's not. It's been around for, what, 80 years or so, maybe more. In 1947, here in the UK at RAF Odeum, the de Havilland Vampires took to the skies, making them the very first jet aircraft display team to be used in a fast jet genre, and they were the Black Knights. Now I'm thinking, if we look at the Typhoon display team, if we look at Bob Jews's flying suit, believe it's black. If we look at the Chinook display team, they wear black. Who else? The RAF Typhoon display pilot wears black. Now, they were called the Black Knights, and there's two theories. I haven't quite nailed it which one it is, but I know there was some black flying suits during World War II. Now, maybe they kept that tradition from the Black Knights itself. Now, at RAF Odium, they were using the Vampires, and various squadrons and teams flew from there. 72 Squadron flew in a team of 7, and 54 Squadron then started to use smoke trails for the first time, until they finally used the Gloucester Meteor, which took over from the Vampire. In the 50s, it was time for the Hawker Hunter to take to the skies in aerobatics. That was in 1956, or the Treble 1 Squadron take to the skies, and many more RAF aerobatics teams started to form. And in 1958, the Black Arrows performed a loop in a barrel roll of 20 Hunters, a world record of the greatest number of aircraft looped in formation. The Black Arrows were the premier team until 1961, until the Blue Diamonds of the 92 Squadron continued that role, flying 16 Blue Hunters, Yellow Jacks, Red Pelicans, and then something extraordinary was going on. The English Electric Lightning took to formation. In 1960, the Tigers of 74 Squadron were re-equipped with the legendary unique vertically aligned engines of the English Electric Lightning, and wowed the crowds with the Lightnings in tight formation in a spectacular break. Now, 56 Squadron, the Firebirds, with their 9 red and silver Lightnings, were wowing the crowds, but this was to come to an end. It wasn't feasible to take the amount of airmen, the pilots, the crew, the ground crew to go with it. Let's think about it. You're taking away frontline combat-ready squadrons and their aircraft, and we've seen how hard the Red Arrows train day in, day out, week in, week out. You're taking them away for 3 seasons, so it wasn't really justified. So it was in 1964 at Little Rissington that it was decided to amalgamate the RAF's kind of like unofficial aerobatics teams, and they put them together. They took the Yellow Jacks, Lee Jones's who led the very first Red Arrows. They took the Yellow Jacks aircraft, their fallen Nat, which was yellow. They took the Red Pelicans, who were using the Jet Provost. There were 6 of them, I believe. And the Black Arrows, they just amalgamated it together to call them the Red Arrows. Now, just very briefly, for a few seconds, the Red Arrows were technically yellow. Why? Because they were using yellow fallen Nats at first. They decided to change from yellow to red because yellow, well, we normally get grey skies here, and yellow doesn't look so great in grey, so they use red instead, and that's the story behind that. They used the fallen Nat until 1979, until they chose the BAE's Systems Hawk T1A, and we may be starting very soon, aren't we? Is it 15:20 on the list? Just better, get a little surprise visit. So the Hawk T1A, now I've had a bit of an accident with my Hawk T1A. May need a repair, but I went to town. Yeah. See, I went to town and bought myself another one, but it doesn't have my modifications. So I'll show you some of the bits and pieces of the Red Arrows, what makes a Red Arrows aircraft different to the regular Hawk. Now, it's a Hawk T1A. Why did they choose the Hawk T1A? Because the T1A can be fitted with a center 30 millimeter or 30 Mike Aiden cannon. So what they did, they utilized that hard point to put the smoke pod, which wouldn't be an RAF Red Arrows display without the smoke. So they came up with the smoke pod. It's filled with dye. You got 1 minute of blue, 1 minute of red, and technically it's just plain diesel, but there is actually a dye team that look after this. So that's a modification number 1. Now, at the back, actually, let's start at the front. The front, there's 3 little gaps in it where they stick some pipes and then literally fill it with dye, kind of like a jerry can. Now check this out. There isn't any fancy technology to fill this up. It's literally by ear. You all right, mate? Yeah, you literally listen out. There isn't actually any modern fancy stuff to determine whether it's full or not. It's literally by ear. The smoke usually with a stabilizer on the Red Arrow. It comes out the back. Now there are 3 pipes. You don't get to see this at the back. This is another modification of the Red Arrows where you don't see. Can you see those 3 pipes? Now I thought, maybe you did as well, that each pipe does a coloured smoke. It's incorrect. All 3 will punch out the same smoke on demand of the pilot. So all 3 come out with the same colour. Okay, but depends what the pilot will choose from. The diesel and dye mixture evaporates as it comes out. The temperatures are 400 to 600 degrees Celsius. Now, wind, speed and direction take a major part in the Royal Air Force Red Arrows display, because if it's really windy, it can ruin the smoke. So underneath the Red Arrows, just under here towards the back, is an air brake, and what it does, it opens out. You'll hear Red 1 calling out air brake on, and what that does, it generates like turbulence and a vortex, and actually makes a more fluffier plume of smoke. So there you go. The next modification as well is actually in the engines. It's a Rolls-Royce Ardeur 151 engine. Produces around about 5,500 to 6,000 pounds of thrust. They can get 400 miles per hour in about 2 minutes. It's transonic with a max speed of 688 miles per hour. But the Red Arrows 151 engine is a 02 mark. It's a special Red Arrows one. They've tuned it up, just like in your, you know, back in the 90s, your Vauxhall Nova, you stick a big bore exhaust and a K&N filter, sort of. They haven't done that on this, but they have modified it. They've modified it to make it more responsive, which is exactly what an aerobatics team requires. You look at the intricacy of how they get into formation, you know, very strict, disciplined formation. You're going to need an engine that's very, very responsive. The other thing, the other modification which I've done myself on my Hawk are these Toblerones. That's what the Red Arrows call them. They're like silver triangles. Now the Hawk is actually a perfect training aircraft. At the front you're going to have your student pilot, and at the back is your qualified flying instructor. Bit like your driving lessons. Usually they're dual controlled and scare the hell out of your instructor, but anyway. So yeah, this can get a good service ceiling of about 40,000 feet. The thing with the Red Arrows forgiving wings is that actually these Toblerones create a little judder. It talks to the pilot and let them know that they've got enough lift, or they're about to hit a buffer where they've reached a maximum sort of lift. So it's really, really good for a training aircraft. That's another modification of the Red Arrows, and I've just modified it even more by taking off the stabilizer. I don't think that'll do very good in a display, will it? So there we go. That's our Red Arrows aircraft, which, if you got any super glue, you know where I am. Thank you. There we go. So if you've got any questions about formation displays, right, who's up first? Here we go. Let me know. Oh, Rich Goodwin, pit special. Of course, this year's Red Arrows team have 2 new recruits. There is something a bit special with this year's team as well, as it's the first time they've had, Red 3 is the first ever Red Arrows pilot to come from an F-35B stealth 5th generation fighter. You know how it is. So we just got about 8 minutes before the flying commences. If you've got any questions, then do feel free. If I've missed anything, let me know. Dickie G, great question. How do you get selected to be a Red Arrows? Okay, so before so you apply, but to even attempt to apply, you've got to have 3 things to match the criteria. Goodness me, we nearly just got strafed by a seagull. Yeah, so you need a minimum 1,500 hours of flight hours with your career. You also need to have completed one operational tour as well, and you need to be classed as being above above average to even attempt to do it. You get 3 seasons as well with that. Hey, how you doing? All right. So when they go in April, May, you may not know, but after doing a series of displays at Waddington, practice displays, they do go off to exercise Springhawk. That is a perfect opportunity to give the new recruits or those applying a chance to be selected as a Red Arrows display pilot for the future. Good question. That's a very good question. Why only 3 seasons? It gives others an opportunity to have a go at being a Red Arrows pilot. It's as simple as that. It's just like saying, why does the Typhoon display pilot only get 1 season? It's to give someone else a chance to have the opportunity to become the pilot. I think the Thunderbirds only get 1 season, do they? Not too much, because obviously we don't really cover the Thunderbirds, even though I'd love to, but I think it's only 1 season. But of course, it's not all about the flying as well. Don't forget the circus and the blues as well, the support team, engineers. There's about 120 engineering technicians, support staff, mission support, flight chief of staff, public relations manager, and of course the engineering team. There are the blues and the circus. The circus get the opportunity. It's actually the circus that get to sit in the back, and they're numbered circus 1 to 10. So let's not forget those as well. The engineering team, so basically Circus 1 flies with Red 1, Circus 6 flies with Red 6. This year's team, might as well give you the rundown now before I won't be able to give you the opportunity, but this year's 2025 Royal Air Force Aerobatics team, Officer Commanding is Wing Commander Adam Collins, so he's responsible for the world-class team. Red 1 team leader, he's Squadron Leader John Bond. Now, he's already covered 3 seasons, but to even attempt to become Red 1, you're going to need to have 3 seasons experience of the Red Arrows behind you. Now, as a team leader, John is primarily responsible for all aspects of the display team. So he's the one that does the choreography for it. He's the one that puts the actual sequences together. Red 2 is new. It's Flight Lieutenant Rob Thomas. He's flown Typhoon and also on quick reaction alert, along with the interests in safeguarding the skies at the Falklands. Red 3 is historic because Flight Lieutenant Andrew McEwen is the first ever Red Arrows pilot to come from an F-35B or 5th generation stealth fighter. Red 4, Squadron Leader Chris McCann. Red 5 is Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales. Red 6 is Squadron Leader Tom Hansford. Red 7, Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Sutcliffe. And Red 10, the supervisor and the very enthusiastic commentator, is Squadron Leader Graham Muscat. He's also a photographer and also flies the spare jet as well. Just sitting out. Same there, yeah. So welcome to Airbourne, ladies, gents, teddy bears. So starting the part 2 is Rich Goodwin's pit special.
They will be well aware of any holder side there. I'm sure they will popular people. But keep your eyes out to the right-hand side now, because we're now about to restart the next half of time. We're coming very, very dynamic indeed. There's some achievements from the pilot crew, which is good. And it's the most so high, it's very good. It's quite an actual airforce, you know, those pilots. But also with
Oh, negative G there.
Well, the beauty of these aircraft is just pure physics. It's how much higher have you got, how much does it weigh. Very difficult as far as we understand the concept. This is just in 3 dimensions. uses all this high all that not just speed, but a huge amount of momentum and energy. Quick roll on if you can stand. And then using all of this, your standards with high
Just throwing it around. Look at this. Hasn't even given enough chunks for the G's to kick in.
That's the tail of her engine. And it's not been good with that. All the time he's under work against this wind as well, so he's putting extra manoeuvres when he's going right to left, and he's blowing that down again towards the eastern end of the display zone. This aircraft though is still actually now relatively in the sort of upper mid-range, not with the top end of things like P-51Ds, F-31s, I don't know what your we used the T-67 Firefighter over at relatively benign. Relatively benign. Yes, it's the 350, yes, the T-60 V6 horsepower, the upwards of it's not really
Teddy Bears, Ted Coningsby channel live here for Airbourne. A very warm welcome, good day, good evening, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. Live from Ted's rooftop control centre. Special thank you to the View Hotel Eastbourne, giving us the wonderful opportunity. My name's Nicholas, I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Welcome to the show. And next we've got, yeah, here we go. Lovely, this they on that special.
What I know people say that an early stage never completes without having a Spitfire lifting the sky, and that of course is what they're going to do in a few minutes.
It should be from our left. It's Rolls-Royce Heritage Spitfire, a Mark 19. I remember last year it was ex-Bbmf pilot Disco. Here he is. Look at his mark. This can find this. Listen to this Griffin-powered Spitfire.
Really enjoy the wonders of this sport, the sheer speed, the land impact of the Spitfire, the legacy. And we're going to find photo reconnaissance. Speed was their ammo. Usually they were unarmed.
No round doors underneath. Lovely outer yellow markings to say, hey, I'm friendly from the top. Wonderful, wonderful display there from the Rolls-Royce Heritage Spitfire Mark 19. Oh yeah, see ya. Beautiful. Black cats. Thank you. Oh yeah, my ATC's here. Yes. So this is the Black Cats display of the Royal Navy using the Wildcats. Based at RNAS Yeovilton. We've got some funky town music going on with them as well. I'm getting vibes of Bournemouth at the moment from the live band that we came across last time. Choppy out there, isn't it? You can see the little helicopter. That's been featured at Old Beach Air Weapons Range several times. Shooting up the range. Here we go. The Royal Navy's Black Cat display team. To Ted's rooftop control centre, live from the View Hotel. Not a good time to get a wasp on my head, but never mind. Wasp was in the insect, not the helicopter. Here we go. Black Cats. Let's move.
So we've got a fire weapon, the fire police, the red flags and fire, and the swimming materials and fire, so recommend no swimming with the red flag fire. When we come back to the fire,
joining in formation, look at this. So that was the Lancaster display. Now it's time for the Strikemaster. That was the Black Cats of the Royal Navy. The team started in 2001 as the Lynx pair. been the first official Royal Navy flying display team since the Sharks. They disbanded in the mid-1990s. The air crew and engineers are all volunteers from 825 Naval Air Squadron and the Lynx Wildcat Maritime Force Base at Royal Naval Air Station Yeovilton in Reggie County. Actually, my birth county. You know it is. Black Cats, the name derived from the fierce cat depicted on the now disbanded 702 Naval Air Squadron emblem, and the term black catting is a naval slang for a one-upmanship. So there you go. All those anywhere near or anywhere, so please come back onto the beach. There are a number of incidents being handled at the moment by the RAF and the lifeboats, and they are under great pressure as we speak. The red flag has been flying for some time, and no matter how strong or healthy or whatever you are, please advise those stand by the water support, simply because we are already overstretched in dealing with maritime seaborne incidents along the coast. So please take these instructions all carefully. Thank you. Please give us any either through the through QR code or by going up as a supporter of Airbourne, or you can join the Airbourne Scrubber Club, or you can just go to Airbourne and get some. You can see it now before you see the striking, or just skip up and over the front, shall we?
This is no loss.
Probably because the Typhoon's coming in about 8 minutes.
Oh, it's quite...
It's a bit choppy out
yeah,
there.
it's a bit choppy. The birds are
The flag's up.
Oh, right.
I don't know if the flag's on to say no anymore.
Oh, maybe.
They do have flags to say no.
So just notice there's no one.
I don't know if there's flags. Yeah, I think the flag up. Yeah, the red flag's up.
Oh.
So that's a no.
Right.
With really strong current. Red flags. Waiting for the single Strikemaster PAC 167 Strikemaster. It's basically a combat jet props, basically.
that's absolutely no reason to start that away early, just enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks for those who got started or started by
Oh yeah, there's a flag. There's a little flag. Just there. Just the red flags. All right. Now normally red flags for us mean good. The whole big air weapons range. It means that the range is active and we want to get aircraft to blow up and shoot stuff. But here it means no one in the water. Just realised the camera is slightly different.
That'll be introduced from Airforce.
So when it's safe to do so, they don't take them down.
Temporary parade will be safe and accessible, and if you have all your own belongings, and all your family will be able.
I'm sure that's it there. Have we actually got Pretty Woman playing in the background?
I think so, yeah.
No, that's a bird.
Probably the most well-known with the generations of Royal Air Force pilots, including myself, for a very, very long time. We're going to produce over 700 pilots before 1958.
Display there from the Strikemaster. So I believe it's Nate next. So ladies, gents and teddy bears, coming up next is our very own Ted HQ legend. It's time for call sign reheat 1, Squadron leader Nathan Scheuer, this is Typhoon display pilot. Now Nathan is a very experienced Tornado pilot as well. He's the last of the Tornado pilots to be trained, so he's the last ever Tornado trained pilot. And of course he was there for the farewell fly past. He's running in with Typhoon FGR4, that's fighter ground attack reconnaissance, powered by two EJ200 engines, producing 20,000 pounds of thrust each. It is a phenomenal engine.
Up a little while ago.
Typhoon made in 4 different countries, the left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the mid fuselage made in Germany, the front section and the cockpit made in Britain, BAE Systems. Here it comes. Now the mid fuselage, centre fuselage, contains over 30 kilometres of cabling, so if you thought the back of your TV was bad, imagine having 30 kilometres of it. Coningsby's home to 5 Typhoon squadrons, 29 Squadron, which is the squadron Nathan is with. They're the operational conversion unit. Okay, it's time to set your car alarm off. So if you are parked, please make sure you turn your car alarm off unless you're in Peterborough. Just kidding. It's food time. Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio 1:1. Here we go. So the Red Arrows next. I think it's alright, I think it's going. Well, one last display then, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thanks everyone for tuning in. site for the Red Arrows. Finishing our air show here at Airbourne. Hope you've all enjoyed it. It's been a wonderful, wonderful 2 days here at Eastbourne.
Well, she said she felt better.
It's red 10.
Stop very Ted.
Yeah, they're coming out. Yeah, they're coming out. That's all right here. Yeah, I've just gone out with I know, that's what I think.
I think they're coming.
Okay. Running in. Here we go. Here we go. Go on. Ted's favourite, the Typhoon. Here we go, tornado time, rack 'em.
It's a new one. It's a new one.
The reaction from everyone there. Beautiful. I'm all good at it up and go with this one. Yeah.
There you can see our film is red, white and blue. Only people due to the smoke cloud under the belly of the airplane.
They've been on form, the seagulls today, I'll tell you. They've been really good. They've been taking part in the action. Okay, yeah. Oh. Yeah. to end the show. Here we go. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears. It is. Over there. Oh, it smells good. It smells like Red Arrows.
There might not be so quick going.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that, ladies and teddy bears. Jack Clark, thank you very much. You've been a member for 14 months. Best channel ever, thank you very much. And Andy Stanley, thank you for being a member for 14 months. Best aviation channel. Scorcher, here's for a bite to eat. Thanks for a great weekend of flying. Thank you very much. Matthew Hayes as well, thanks for the super. Because if you have experienced yourself being in a military plane, well, I've sat in 2 Typhoons, but they didn't fly. I sat in Blackjack and another Typhoon FGR4. Thanks a lot, Matthew. Bex as well, thanks for the super sticker. Guards March. Doncaster Lass as well, thanks for the super sticker. Sue W, thank you for a wonderful weekend. Guards March, thanks for the super. Doncaster Lass as well, thanks for the super as well. Best filming of Freaky ever, Nikos, superb. Tracking in close-ups, well done. Yeah, I thought I'd mix it up today. I thought I'd give you a little bit more close-ups, you know. Mix it up, spice of life, and all that. Sharon Chapman, can I get a Guards March, please? Ted, Nikos, and Player Bear, as it's my birthday tomorrow. Happy birthday for tomorrow for Sharon Chapman, Guards March. Ginger Bailey, another fantastic stream. Thanks, Nikos, Ted, Player Bear, and Spanner. Something towards your evening meal. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks a lot, Julian. Michael Saxon, great show and camera work. Thank you very much, and a Guards March to you. And also a super sticker from Angie Ward. Thank you very much. High five. Jill Scotter, high five to you. There you go. Thank you very much, NG Banger Videos, Lord Denver, Martin Thurtle, LEJ Approach, Jan Stanlon, Planbat, who's here, The Mojek, thanks for a great show. Thank you very much. Chris Bloxham, Martin Smith, John Kay, Rossi B, Mark Dudley, Steve Boyce, Martin Casper. Also a personal message from Davey, who's really enjoyed that. Perry and Richard Brown as well, sending me messages of the best they've seen. Thank you very much. Christopher Neal, thank you as well. Julie Maxted, Vaina, Ian McCabe, just going for it now, Doctor, Ian McCabe, Snoopy, Jude Mao. Thank you very much, Davey. Thank you very much, Roger Payne, Adrian Byrne, how you doing? Paul Judd, Snoopy. We've got Snoopy on here. Even Snoopy's a fan of the show. Snoops. Ted should have been in Red 1. Ted's actually flown with the Red Arrows, and if you want a signed photo of Ted in the Red Arrows, you can go ahead and visit tedconingsby.co.uk. But yes, very good point. I think Ted should fly with Red 1 one day. See what we can do. G, how you doing? It is coming up. MacLuke will be coming up. It's that time of year. James McNaught, Sandra, Sanger, how you doing, Snoopy? Right, it's time to, well, finish the week now. I was supposed to finish on Friday, but this happened. Right, it's time to pack up and rack up now. It is actually time to pack up and rack up. So, oh, and one more guards march. Tina of the View Hotel, thank you very much to Tina sorting this out. Thank you as well, and all the staff at the View as well. Right, right. Let's get that on before this falls off. Yeah, I think the tripod's had it. I think it's had too much aviation for one time. There we go. I think we're sorted. There we go. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. This is Claire Bear.
Hi.
For those that don't know, this is Claire Bear behind the scenes and all that.
Supporting our new Special Ops t-shirt, which you can get online, tedconingsby.co.uk. Check it out at the map.
But yeah, thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope you all enjoyed it. And yes, so all the organisers, thank you very much. A big salute to all the organisers of Airbourne. There is a firework display at 10 o'clock, but we're not going to go for live. We're going to actually watch it and chill out and have some fun. So thank you to all the staff and crew of The View. So big shout out to them. If you are looking at a holiday for Eastbourne and the vicinity as well, don't forget we are a military aviation channel, so there are some lost airfields around here, museums and other places of interest as well, so do check that out as well, because you know how it is. So ladies, gents and teddy bears, this is Claire. Claire's up to something. So Sheldon's here, who was, I think Sheldon wanted to be in the display team.
Thank you to everybody. There we go. Daniel, thank you.
Our Comedy Ted, a lot of people's favourite.
Comedy Ted, Comedy Ted, Comedy Ted. He's saying thank you to everybody. Look.
And who's this one?
You might do a Guards March, actually. Comedy Ted.
Who's this one?
Hang on, Comedy Ted.
Oh, he's doing a Guards March. Sorry, I'm just disturbing his Guards March.
And this is a new one. This is Vinny. Look at Vinny there now in his little jumper. Special jumper, the View Hotel Eastbourne jumper. And apparently he's got a dressing gown.
Oh,
I have to purchase a dressing gown for him for the winter. Anyway.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, ladies, gents, and teddy bears, thank you very much. This is Claire Bear. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian, and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. And with all of us, a big shout out to everyone. We've been here live at Ted's rooftop control centre here at the View Hotel. So, for the last time for today, it is see you soon. Wish you well. See ya. Right, let's hit that. Oh, thank you. Let's hit the button. Hit the button, Teddy. Hit the button. Oh yeah, ladies, gents and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED too. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the Squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, Posh Officers discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just $25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support. And it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Aw, yeah.
Golf India, Brian Stone, 1,